Yo, good morning. Last stream of the week, and let's see what we can do. So reflection mostly works okay. Reflections with outlines doesn't work at all. It does work, but it looks shit. So we were faced with a new problem, a problem I hadn't really anticipated yesterday. And that's to decide how we really want to do with the outlines for the reflections. We could have no outlines on reflections, that would be the easiest direction. We can do the best with the scene texture and try and transfer those outlines as good as we can. Or we can recalculate outlines purely for reflections, which would probably be quite unoptimized, or the most unoptimized approach, but still not too bad, I think. So in this case, the newly calculated outlines would work very good, but we have to remember that we have artifacts like this, for instance, or maybe like this. I wonder if we could do... I want to try and see what happens if we do outlines data sample. Can we add... I want to know, if we go with this way of sampling, how can we sample LOD? Do we have an option to do that here? And also, this is fucking great. We're just gonna go with one sample for the full shader. So yeah, but let's see here. What do they call this way of writing it? It's the DX11 style. DX11 HLSL sample texture LOD. Sample level, do we have an example here? Sample level, okay, so we do sample level, and then we have level here. Beautiful. So we should be able to do sample level 0 should give us the same result. But if we do 1, oh, don't we add MIP maps to this one? 1 might, this might actually be, yeah, I think we do. Yeah, which will get rid of, it won't really help, I don't think. No, it won't. We're still gonna have artifacts like this. But still, I want to go on. This is one of the worst points, I think. We're going to see a lot of problems here. But I still want to go through with this. We're going to get to jagged here, but that's okay. It's going to be a hell of a jagged here. Okay. We could probably help it a bit by going higher here, but you don't want to go too high. Let's see what we can do. So I would pretty much like all of this in a method instead. But yeah, how do we want to fix that? Thickness. Or actually, it's mostly yo, what's up, UBDev? Did you check Unity Shader VS Code extension I mentioned? Not yet, not yet. Image effect shaders, functional shaders. It's almost outlines, outline supply. Gonna do some reordering here soon. Outlines utility, I think we're gonna add here. Or actually, outlines. Let's take some notes from Unity. What do we have? A core lighting, declare depth texture. I would probably have liked to name this one just outlines. So we would probably put this one as outlines shader, and outlines utility we just name outlines. So for any shader that needs to do anything with outlines, we include outlines.shader, and we have a lot of helper functions and whatnot there. Yo, what's up, Geralt? Okay, good. Outlines shader. And then we're gonna do Let's see here. This one is very important. I think we're gonna do this. And I want to use the new way to do this without relying... Oh, what did I say? The DX11 way to do it. So we define them as texture 2D and sampler state instead. Like this. And sampler state. And then we want to rename this one outlines data bilinear. Fuck, we don't want bilinear, we want point clamp sampler. So we're gonna define these two for every function that includes this one. And then let's see, pure screen outlines shader. We're gonna copy the fragment shader here and make it into its own method. It's gonna be, we're gonna send in a lot of stuff to it, and remove some macros and depth handling as well. We don't need that one right now. So here, and here we do yeah, we want to return a float 4. We're actually gonna have float 4 outline color and float. Is that everything we want? Yeah, maybe. So let's call this one calculate outline color at point. Calculate outline color at point without depth. I'm just gonna have to assume, or it should be pretty clear that this one is in screen space. Would like to add screen space here, but I don't want to make the method call longer. So float 2 point, let's do this, SS. We're gonna need a lot of things here. And that's gonna be our new UV center. Need to remember that. Nah, let's do it like this. Calculate outline color without depth. And then we just call this one UV. UV delta, kernel elements, outline kernel size. Yeah, this one we want here as well. Pixel depth max. We don't want anything with pixel depth. If RGB or A, we're not gonna hide this without at a macro for this one. So I think we can do... wonder if we can make this a little bit nicer. Pixel RGBA. So let's call this one UV here. And then we want to do outlines data sample UV. So we're going to call this one outlines data, outline data, and then we're going to do a for outline data mean. If depth, we probably exclude steep angles. Yeah, this one might suck with this, but it should be okay. It's a little... I'm starting to think... In fact, do we have depth? Could we play around with depth? I think we could. Yeah, we might go with depth here as well. So let's just re-add float pixel depth. Float pixel depth max. If we're gonna do it like this, we might as well. Threshold depth. Do I use exclude steep angles? Exclude steep angles, yes. View directions, we need position, view space. View normal. N.V. The worst part with these are that we're gonna have to create a hell of a lot of, or we're gonna have to send in a lot of things here, and while we're in the process of cleaning things up, we might want to do it a little bit better by introducing some structs as well. So we could do struct outline depth settings. Where we have float threshold, float steep angle threshold, and float steep angle multiplier. Let's remove this one, calculate outline color, and then we have outline depth settings, So this we want to put here. Or actually outlines depth settings. Let's see, what do we have? Yeah, let's do it like this. Float threshold depth is equal to these two I want to put here. So view direction, VS, input position VS. So this one we need to send in. And the normal VS, here we just do outline data.rgb. And we have threshold depth, pixel depth, but threshold depth is equal to, in this case we're always going to use this, so this one is, we're not going to use this, n.v, use that one here. Although I wonder, we're going to call this one scene depth instead. One plus times smooth step. fact, don't we saturate this one? Ah, we do. Never mind. I would like to be able to clean this up a bit, so could we do set it to this first, n.v, is this the only place we use it? Yes. Would like to 1 minus n.v. So maybe threshold depth is equal to depth settings dot steep angle threshold times smooth step depth settings dot steep angle multiplier 2, and here we just do this one, and then after this we do threshold depth is equal to 1 plus threshold depth times pixel depth, so scene depth, and also depth settings dot threshold. And then we start the kernel. We can clean this up. We can clean a lot of this up because we're not doing macros anymore. But let's see here. So for outline kernel size, yes, and then we calculate a new UV, and that's why we don't want to call this one purely UV, but instead UV center. So UV center plus float 2 IUV delta J times UV delta. If RGB and A, new value RGB, okay, so this is where we can clean it up a bit. Let's see. Do float 4 outline data mean. Let's rename this one outline data center, and then we call this one outline data. Sample texture, we want to sample it on the new way, but not UV center but UV here. So that's what we want to have here. And here we just want to add it to the mean. And we do it here as well, although we want to do it per, so compare. We call compare new let's see, are we using compare new? Compare new, yes. So it's this we use. Nice. Compare. VVC. I'm actually I think the reason I had this in a method previously was because we wanted to be able to compare these two easily with a macro. So I don't even think we need a method for this one. I'm gonna leave that one right here for now, normal, but we're just gonna use a step. Threshold. This one we want to send in. Outline normal settings. Actually, we might replace these later on as well with some global variables. So we don't have to send in this, and everything that uses outlines uses the same parameters basically. But let's see here. So what we want to do here is outline data mean plus equals to float 4. And instead of doing compare, we do this one. Do step, 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 step. Threshold here is going to be normal settings dot threshold. Actually, for both of these as well. And with threshold A here, so we need struct outline segment settings. Segment settings dot threshold, and we should probably be able to do, I wonder if we can do step, normal settings, threshold, abs, outline data center RGB minus outline data.rgb. And then segment settings threshold outline data center.a center, no, not center, but a float 3 float outline data mean plus 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 plus. So we do all of this. And then if we have depth, this is definitely something we want to do as well. New value depth sample at UV. If A this one, I wonder, we use it here, so we want to keep it. So we just want to do this basically. Okay. Float scene depth center. If scene depth is bigger than scene depth max and outline data dot A is bigger than 0, scene depth max is equal to scene depth. So that's all of this, and then we want to do value depth as well. I think we can wait with this one and we do scene depth mean scene depth mean plus equals 2 step pixel depth. Scene depth center, scene depth, and threshold depth. And then we do this as well. Okay, and that's that. So this is actually our kernel now. So let's see what we do later on. It's a lot of macros. Okay, nice. This is actually extremely short. That's nice. Okay, so after the kernel, this is true, so we're going to do this. Pixel depth max smooth stepped, step pixel max depth. We're going to name this one the same. Step depth XZYW Okay, step depth and step float step depth and float. That's actually float 2, and this one is float 4. Step depth is float 4, float 2, and here we do, I want to call this one step scene depth max. Okay, first of all, we're also gonna, we have it outlined here, good. So, float scene depth max smooth stepped. Depth settings dot step scene depth max, right? Dot x depth set. Yo, what's up, Derek? Depth settings dot step scene depth max dot y. And then we have scene depth max. Value depth. And that's equal to scene depth mean kernel elements. Scene depth mean is equal to smooth step I think this is going to go quite smoothly, but the thing I'm most worried about are these things, so I think we're going to put them into global variables instead. So we don't have to send them in here. We won't be able to have them into structs, I don't think. We probably could. Let's see what we can do about that. But scene depth mean lerp depth settings dot step. Did I call it step depth? Yeah, let's just call it step because we have depth here. And let's call it step max. Will this be enough? No. Depth settings step dot x. Okay, so we might want to rename this one and this one. I mean, it's mean, but just up to a certain point, you know. Let's keep it like this for now. So on to RGBA. Can we clean this up? Because this time around, or actually, I don't think we're going to make these global, but we're going to define them here. I think. Or is that stupid? No, I don't think so. I don't think it matters. Which way we do this. Scene depth mean. Pixel RGBA, so that's outline data center. Actually, we don't want to seal all of this. We want to seal this. So then this one is done. And then we want to do pretty much the exact same thing we did here, but we want to do it with value RGB. So let's do normal outline. Value R, value G, value B. Oh, and we can do, let's do, include, let's see, we want to step up, we want to step up, and now we have shader utils, but it's not util blend I'm after, it's util math, because what we can do here, let's see here, is that we can do value RGB, we can do, I think we can do it like this, float normal value is equal to max of normal or outline data accumulated RGB divided by kernel elements, because util math we have a max here. We send in a float 3 and we get the max element in that float. So first we divide it by kernel elements, then we take the max. So that's basically doing this and then this. And this is our normal value. But not really, because first I want to do smooth step, and then we're going to take max here. Step RGB, outline normal settings, float for step. Normal settings dot step. What did I do? Normal settings dot step. Pixel depth max smooth step, so it's this one. So this and this, pretty much all we do here is that we base the normal value on how far away from, or we base the outline values, the ones used to calculate if there's an outline or not, on the depth from the camera. It's pretty much the closer to the camera we are, the bigger the range we want to allow. We want to make it easier to, or one sec, yeah, we want to make it harder to define a pixel as an outline closer to the screen, and then we want to decrease the threshold further away. And that's because when you're close to the camera, you have, if we take normals for instance, you have a very detailed gradient of the normal, so the hard edges you can find easily, but when we're far away from the camera, it all mushes together basically. But okay, let's see. So instead of doing all of this, we just do this. We do the exact same thing, but with less lines. And then after this, we're going to put this one here, and after this we want to do outline is equal to max of outline and normal value. In fact, I wonder if outline depth and outline normal. So that's this part, right? And then we want to see segment outline. And it's pretty much the exact same thing, but we do it with the step A and value A. So segment settings, step. Yeah, we want to use this one here as well. And then value A here, we want to use, we don't want to use max anymore. We just do outline data accumulated A divided by kernel elements. And finally outline max outline and outline segment. And that's this. Looks pretty nice. And finally we want to take thickness into account. Alpha based on depth. Do we use this one? Alpha? Yeah, I think we do, but let's see here. Don't we have that one? Alpha based on depth. Okay, let's do outline shader. Alpha based on depth. Yes. And yes, we do have it. So we can just do this. And let's see. Outline smooth step 1 minus thickness. Outline. And then we multiply it by 1 minus linear 0, 1 depth, pixel depth max. Yes. But this is scene depth max. This is buffer params. This one we need. Outline kernel size, outline color, and outline thickness. And then we just have the last one, which is blend output with scene color, or just return the outline to a texture. So what we need to do here is we need to reconstruct the outline color, and what we're going to do here then is we're going to add a function like this. Float for get outline color. Float alpha. Return float 4, and here we do outline color dot RGB, and then we do outline color dot A times alpha. And this is something we do a lot in the water shader and reflection shader, and yeah, at multiple different places. Sorry, Derek, I missed your question. Hope you're still here. You're adding outlines to the reflections, right? Yes, we are. It's pretty much about, so we have the outline shader, which is a complete shader with vertex shader, fragment shader, and so on. I'm rewriting this one into a function so that we can call this function from multiple different places. Eventually, if everything works, we're going to call this function from here instead of doing this. In fact, do I use remap? Yeah, we use remap here. In Minimax, we do it like this here. That we need to fix. We're gonna use util math here instead. We're gonna use this one instead. But maybe we want to remap. I just need to check. Why do I have this defined twice? Float 3, float 3. We don't need to do it like this. Derek Odang, so you have to recalculate the outlines for reflections, or you will be sampling the ones already drawn. Yeah, that's a problem. It all depends on how we want the outlines to work on the reflections. We pretty much have 3 different approaches to it. The first one, we just skip outlines altogether on the reflections. The second one is that we utilize the outlines we have already drawn. And the last one is we calculate new outlines for reflections. I think the best result will be from the third option. And we saw it yesterday, extremely quickly though. But let's say, for instance, that we reflect let's see here. Yeah, we can take the hands. The outlines we see here or is it the best? No, we can do, let's see, we had this example, I think. If we only use the reflections we have already calculated, or the outlines we have already calculated, our reflections won't show an outline here, because what it reflects here is actually this pixel. And there's no outlines at this area, right? So when we reflect this pixel, it's this one, and here we actually have an outline, so here we will draw an outline. But when we walk along the reflection edge here, so we will pretty much have outline, 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 and then the outline will start to disappear, and here we won't have any outline. So that's the issue you get if you base the outlines on the reflection on what we have already drawn. Because, yeah, we're not reflecting this part here, we're reflecting this part. So option 1, no outlines for reflections, that's pretty straightforward. Option 2, use the already calculated outlines. That means that we will get patchy outlines, but that might be okay. And option 3, recalculate outlines for reflections. That means that we will pretty much get outlines here as well. But I think, so even though this area is supposed to be this leg here, so what's behind this basically, so this should be blue, but we don't have that information, so instead we will draw outlines here. I think it could look quite nice actually. This is a stupid way to do this, by the way. Float, remap, but first of all I just want to check, do we do in min 1? Yeah, I think we, yeah, percent %t max 2. Yeah, I think we do it the max. Ooh. Yeah, we do. So let's just do float remap, float f2, float min 1, float max 1, float min 2, float max 2. But, nah, never mind. This one is done the wrong way, right? Here we get a float, here we get a float 3. So we just take the x value here. That's not good. Ooh. Or? Okay, I want to do some testing with this. the fuck? I think, yeah, the only difference is that for X we do it in view space, and for Y and Z we do it in, or no, not really that. For X we do it between 1 and -1. I've just gotten around away with this because, okay. Wow. Wow. Okay, that's bad. I want to see. Let's remove these because that's wrong. I want to see, do we get any difference? Do we get a different result if we do? Why don't I get a warning here, by the way? Float 3 remap, float 3 in, float 2 in min max, float 2 out min max, return float 3 remap in.x in min max out min max. Okay, not really. Okay, that's good. Util blend. Okay, so we can keep. Let's do it with this. We have, well, outlines. Let's see, it's the remap here we want to change soon, but let's see. And we're gonna continue with this soon, but let's do the remap first. So remap position VS. And we just change it to 0, 1, 1, -1, and 0, 1, -1, 1. Okay, blend output with scene color. Yeah, we would. Nah, we're just gonna return. And then we return get outline color outline. And that's about it. So pretty much what we do here is this. And then we can remove this. And here we have it. Looks pretty damn nice compared to the old solution with all the macros and stuff. But we have some issues or some things before. First of all, we have an error. Okay, let's see if we get the error soon again. So it's a question of how do we want to handle all of these settings and these ones as well, and these ones. This one is pretty much gonna have to be a global variable when we do it like this, or yeah, it has to be. But that's all, we already get that for free in the renderer feature. I think these are global variables right now, or at least this one and this one, not this one. But I wonder if we just want to hard code them inside of this. I mean, it's nice to be able to change them in the editor, but I don't know if we can get around it. Because we're gonna include this file in everything that needs to work with outlines. So it's multiple different shaders that's gonna have this. If we make all of this into global variables, I don't really know if there's any con to that, but I just don't. It feels sturdy, right? Just having a lot of global variables. We can make them into constants, which means that every time we change one of them, we're gonna have to recompile and stuff like that, but maybe that's okay. I like having them split up like this, so I wonder if we can do I'm worried about this one. What do we have? Yes. Rename HLSL. I think that should fix this one. But so I wonder if we can do something like this. What do we have? Outlines thickness is 1. Outline segment settings, outline normal settings, outline depth settings, and outline settings. Float kernel size, float thickness, and float for color. And then we remove these and we do, I wonder if we can do it like this. Outline settings is equal to kernel size is equal to oh, we don't have that setting here. We have it here. 1 and just black like that. Okay. 1. I wonder if we can do it like this. Outline settings, thickness 1, outline settings dot color float 4 0 0 0 1. Do we still have this one? Let's double check. Don't think so. So do it like this, and then we do outline depth settings. So the depth threshold, what do we have for that one? Depth threshold is 0.03. Outline depth settings, steep angle threshold, 10. Steep angle multiplier, what did I 50. Step is equal to whoa, yeah, step is 4, so 0, 0.4, 0, 0.8. Max float 2 0 and 0 0 0.08, and then we want to do the same for normal settings and outline segment settings as well. They're a little bit shorter, so that's nice. Outline normal settings, threshold and step. Threshold is at 0.16 let's do it. 0.16, and here we have a float 4 that is 0, 0.4, 0.21, 0, 0.4, what do we have, 0.1? 0.21. And finally, segment data. Whoa, okay. 0.401. I wonder if we can do it like this. It would be nice. And then we can skip these. And we do depth settings. Is that what I want to name it? Yeah, we can probably get away with that. So where do we have it? Depth settings. Like that. Normal settings. And segment settings. Okay, I'm happy about this rework. If we can, if we can make it work, I think it's much cleaner to have it like this. But making it work, yeah, let's see. Do we have any errors and things like that? Not right now. So what I should be able to do is replace outline shader I should be able to include it here. Wonder if we're gonna get some issues by that. And then I should be able to remove this. We're gonna remove all of this, comment it out, and then we're just gonna replace all of this with one function call. And that should pretty much be it. So let's do include unexpected token struct. Okay, not a good start. Yes, we might, or We have this one. Okay, so outlines we need to add. Okay, unrecognized identify outline settings at 40. Okay, so we can't really do it like this, or why not though? Ah, fuck, instead of doing like this, couldn't we just add... Let's see if we have something here. Can we write this? Yeah, I would like to have static constants as well. Okay. Okay. Yes. Yo, what's up, Cicada? Yes, indeed. It's always nice to see Begolus answering a question. So here we go, hopefully. We're gonna have it to do it like this. Why not? Yeah, it all depends on if we take a look at these. Yeah, so these four, we use all of them in this function. In this function, we use this one. So yeah, we might want to create one macro for each here. And then it's up to the function to initialize it how they want. But then again, would it be preferable to just skip the structs and do something like this for each of these. So then I guess static const float outline settings kernel size, outline settings thickness, outline settings color. And maybe we want to do, let's see here. Yeah, I probably want to go with const. Yeah, let's do it like this. So I wonder... Kernel size thickness, float 4. If we do it like this, and then something like this instead. You're all brave. I'm too paranoid to use structs and shaders because I'm paranoid of performance loss. I don't know how much it affects it, but I'm not gonna lie to you. I have that in the back of my head as well. I just like how it structures things, you know? But let's go with this instead, because we can't do it like this without using macros and shit. So... And then we have a lot of things to change. Depth settings. Do we have anything else? Outline thickness. Yeah, we do. Let's see. Outline kernel size as well. So this one we can change. Outline settings kernel size. Oh, kernel size, yeah. Depth settings, yeah, we need to fix it here as well. But that's the last one for depth, I think. And then we have normal settings. Yes, and then we have segment settings. Okay, that should be it. So we do it like this instead. Let's see what kind of errors we have now. Unexpected integer constant. Undeclared identify outline color, yes, because we need to change it to outline settings color. And then we have this one. Really? Oh, outlines data. Undeclared view normal. Yeah, normal vs direction vs. Yes. Do we want to do... Oh yeah, we want to change it to... abs minus between here, I think. Just want to double check. Compare, yes. Where do we have it here? Step. So we want to change this to threshold depth. Redefinition of outlines data. Yes, of course. So now it seems like this one is okay. So we include this correctly. And by including this one, we have already defined this. So okay, let's remove this. Let's remove this. And let's replace this with, or actually not all of it. I guess we still want to do this one. I think, but here we want float for outline is equal to, and this is what we want to call our new function, calculate outline color. We need to send in UV center, and then we need to send in input dot position vs. This gives us a float 4. So what we want to do is final color outline. Yeah, whatever. And here outline.a, outline.a, outline.a. Pixel depth max. Oh. Oh, we need this one. We could also do it like this. Calculate outline color. We change this one to calculate outline value, float, and here we just return outline. Might be better, and then we do float, outline, and then we can do all of this the same way. Could even replace this one with get outline color, outline. Value. Oh yeah, and then we need the pixel depth max. Calculate outline values, float 2, and then we do return float 2 outline and scene depth max. So what this one calculates pretty much is it calculates an outline for this pixel and also the outline depth of the pixel. So this one is a float 2. So here we do .a, .a. Here we do .a, .a, do we need pixel depth as well? Let's change it to a float 3 then. So say cicada, is that the right way to pronounce it? Anyway, segment outline is equal to outline you can draw yourself in textures. Yes. Cicada. Okay. So segment outlines is outlines I can is based on both vertex color and textures if I want to. Yeah. So let's put it this way. It's extremely nice to be able to add, and actually, yeah, it's extremely nice to be able to add normals where, or outlines where the normals and depth don't find any. It's pretty much a must-have, I feel like, for this effect. But okay, I guess we're gonna do it like this. Calculate outlines values, we're gonna return a float 3. We're gonna return outline, outline depth, and scene depth center. So the depth at this pixel, the depth for the outline, and the outline value. So pixel depth max is outline dot. Yeah, this is not A, by the way. X, Y, no, X, and here we do Y, otherwise outline dot Z. Okay, please, hopefully this works. Incorrect number of arguments to numeric type constructor of float 3. Yes. Fuck yeah, I think we have it. I don't see any apparent changes, so we do the exact same thing, but we do it in a way better way. I would say I'm actually surprised by this. I thought by doing such a big reorganization, I don't even know what the word is I'm looking for. Restructure of things. I thought we were gonna have to battle some things. Looks nice. Looks very nice. Okay. One sec. Okay, now we're gonna do the insane feat. I'm worried about this performance, but let's see. Of calculating reflection outlines. We're gonna get a lot of artifacts currently, but that might not be too bad. Okay. I'm wondering one thing. I would be extremely happy if outlines renderer feature, it currently renders the outlines outlines data to a texture. I'm wondering. We could. We're gonna do a performance test here, but like I wonder what the difference both the visuals and performance if we skip that and draw outlines at the very end. We'll worry about that later. I want to see what kind of result we get here. So what I would like to do is, let's start by, let's do pure screen space reflections, and we do don't we have it here? Yo, what's up, Tar? Today we're transferring the outlines to the reflections, hopefully. So let's remove this one, reflection color. And then we do, instead of doing outline data like this, or reading from here, we do God, I wish it wasn't so blurry. What's blurry? I should be outputting with pretty good settings, I think. Yeah, we're gonna do some restructuring in the folders here. We're probably gonna have a folder that is totally named outlines. Because we have a lot of outlines related shader files. Outlines data, yes. So this one we don't need to. Outline color. Apply foreground outline. Yo, what's up, Ringmaster? Extremely broadly speaking, or like, is it macro perspective? We're doing a creature collecting game, but it's more like a creature attraction and attracting and management game. So it's much like Tamagotchi, Chow Guard, and Viva Pinata. More specifically, today we're working on a custom screen space reflection implementation. And we're doing a custom one because we have these goddamn outlines in this game, and we want to handle them in a nice way. Yeah, so that's what we're doing today. So yeah, you can see these reflections underneath here. We want them outlined. And thank you for the follow, appreciate it. Outline data G is bigger than sample scene depth pixel UV. Yes, because that's... yeah. I wonder if this outline shader... pixel outline X, if it's bigger than 0, we return outline Y, otherwise outline Z. Outline Y in our case is scene depth max. So why are we not getting the correct ones here? I just want to double check. Let's remove this one. Okay. Okay, so in this case it works, but in this case we also get... what the fuck, it works perfectly. Okay. Yo, what's up, Diligence 1111? Yeah, it definitely means something. Ringmaster, thank you so much, by the way. Yo, what's up, Cooler SK? Yeah, this reflection, I didn't mention that, but it's also eventually going to be used for water, among other stuff. Okay, so in this case, is it this one that screws it up for us? Yes, it is. Okay. Okay, let's keep it like this for now. That's good. Apply foreground outline. This is also something we're gonna have in the outlines function, I think. So let's do it now. Why not? Outlines, which means that we're gonna do include shader utils util blend, and we're gonna add a function here, float for apply foreground outline. It's this one I'm worried about. This one is... this could be one of those things that we need a texture for, but we'll see. We want to change this from reflection color to base color. Apply foreground outline, and what we do then, we don't need to do outline data. We check if outline data is 0, we don't have any outline here. We just return base color. If we do have an outline here, what we want to do then is blend source alpha 1 minus source alpha base color, and here we want to do get outline color outline data dot r. Apply foreground outline, though we're gonna do apply outline. So apply outline, apply outline. Outline data, outlines data, outline data. Yeah, what we're gonna do here as well. I want to do some more reconstructions as well. LilJS Wag Boy OG, thank you for the follow, appreciate it. So we work a lot with outlines data as well. I'm feeling a little bit weird adding it to outlines HLSL, but I think we are gonna do that. So that means outlines.hLSL will both work with calculating new outlines data and use existing outlines data. So when we look at other shaders outside of outlines, or when we look at any shader in this game, as soon as it has anything to do with outlines, I want to manage it through functions defined in outlines HLSL. So in the future it would basically be whatever we work with, I don't know, skybox maybe or whatnot. If we notice that we want to do something with outlines in it, all we do is include outlines.hLSL. That gives us a lot of methods or functions and things to work with, much like we do with this. So as soon as we want to work with depth texture, we just include declare depth texture and we get a lot of functions related to that. So outlines. Do we use this one? No, we don't. So here we have outlines data, and then I also want to have if we rename this one, we're gonna have to rename it in render feature, but this is actually let's see here. Outlines data, outlines. Fuck, do I want to just call it this for now? Yeah, maybe. So what I'm getting at is we have a function get outline color. I don't want to send in alpha, we want to send in outline value, and then we have apply outline base color, outline data. Yeah, this is gonna be nice. So let's just change this one to a float and call it outline value. So we have one method that is calculate outline values. This one pretty much calculated from using outlines data. So this one is a heavy function. It calculates a lot. Might want to go with float 4 here actually, if we want to add some other data eventually. But then we're gonna have a float 4 read outline values float 2 UV, and that's all we need, I think. And this one is gonna do return outlines sample UV. Yes, which means, so for pure screen space reflection, outline yeah, so it's a lot of this I want to avoid. I wonder if we can do get outline color, apply outline. Read and apply outline. Because what I want to avoid is things like this. So first we sample the outline data here, so doing one method, then we do some checks, but maybe we need Yo, what's up, Krasenstein? Hope you had a wonderful stream, man, and thank you for the raid, appreciate it. Over on this stream we're just fighting, so we have these screen space outlines in this game, and it feels like as soon as we just try to extend the visuals in any way, the outlines keep reappearing as a problem. So you have refraction first, we need to handle the outlines in a special way, and now we have reflection. Yeah, long time no see. So I think for the past year I've been streaming pretty frequently, and I'm developing a creature collecting game basically. And you're doing Grim, right, if I remember correctly? The card game. Read and apply. Let's just wait with that and see if we can get rid of it later on. So outline data, what I want to do here then is point SS. Here we want to do read outline values. Was it point SS? If it's bigger than 0 we do something, but yeah. Okay. Interesting. Oh damn, it's in early access now. Nice, congratulations. Multiple things went wrong here. One of them being apply outline value. Am I doing this wrong way? Outline data if R is bigger than 0. Apply outline. What I think we want to do here is, yes, outline value. Yeah, so this is actually read and apply outline. Float 4 base color, float 2 UV, and here we do return apply outline base color and read outline values uv.x. Thanks, bud. It's been a wild ride. I've got to bounce though. Much love. Alright, have a great one, and thank you for the raid. Appreciate it. Yeah, I think this is what we want to do. Read and apply outlines. Read and apply outline. Or one sec. Yeah. There we go. Okay, so now we're back at this point. Beautiful. So now let's see what we can do as for the reflections. Fuck, this is gonna be very noisy, I think. Extremely noisy. But it might be okay. So, one sec. Outline, what do we have? Read outline values, that's good. Although I would like to avoid it, but... okay, great. So sample reflection color. We get the color. And then I think we want to do... We want to do reflection color is equal to apply outline reflection color, and here we do so apply outline. We have a base color and an outline value, and here we want to call calculate outline values again. But then we need position VS down, and I think that's okay. We're gonna do, it's gonna look like this. Calculate outline values, point SS, position in VS, and then we want the X value of this. So position VS, so position in view space. We have the point in screen space, we have the point depth in view space, and we have a hit true false. So I think we could reconstruct it, but our best option would probably be to send in float 3 point in view space here. Sample reflection color. Current depth scene. We do linear eye depth. Sample scene depth. Yeah, that's not true. Okay, so I think we need to reconstruct it. Luckily, I hope, let's see here. Water. I think we do something. I hope we do something similar here. Read caustics, calculate caustics value, UV caustics. Don't we? Scene position. Fuck, I was pretty sure. Oh, we will probably be able to clean some of this up as well. But let's see. I just have to make sure. Reflection color, position in view space. So if we want to calculate, position in view space for this pixel, the one we actually want to use is position in view space for this pixel ish. So it's this position screen space. Calculate position from depth. I'm pretty sure we have done this in another way. Scene depth, eye, view direction. Dot product between view direction in world and camera direction. We're gonna save this, but I know that we have, yeah. This one, sample scene depth. World space position from UV and Z coordinate of pixels. The depth here. I'm gonna have to... The most annoying part is that I know that we did this not that long ago. And I'm pretty sure it was with the caustics. But not anymore. But scene position world space, yeah, here we have it. It's world space though, but yeah. Compute world space position, scene UV, as scene depth NDC. So unpack it depth NDC. Then we're gonna have to do this. Let's just try this. VP inverse. So it basically means, and then we're gonna multiply it by V, I reckon. Let's just do something like this and see what we get. Let's do it here. Float scene depth NDC. Point SS. We don't want this. And then we do float 3. Scene position world space. Compute world space position. Point SS. Scene depth NDC. Unpack depth NDC. Ooh, yes. That's something we define ourselves. Yes, because we want to make sure this is true. And let's worry about that soon. Scene position, and then let's do float 3 scene position VS. Unity matrix V float 4 scene position world space, and then I always forget this one. Is it 0 for point? Yeah, 0 for point, I think. Okay, let's see if it's possible. Apply outline reflection color, calculate outline values, point SS, scene position VS. Fuck, also extremely rough. Fuck me. And 1 sec. I don't think we're doing it this the wrong way. Calculate outline values, point SS, scene position VS. Interesting. So this is the exact same result we got from the previous solution. We can see here that we don't have outlines here, so we're doing something wrong. And this one doesn't really matter in this case. Have I forgot to... We do this, reflection drop of threshold. Apply outline. Apply outline. Outline value. Calculate outlines values. How the fuck is it possible? Let's do calculate outline values. Return read outline values point ss dot UV sample Mm. How the fuck is it possible that this data... Oh... Yes. Okay, so when we do the reflect, we read this pixel, and when we compare with neighbors, we have this. We get the exact same artifacts as the other way. Fuck, that sucks. I should have seen this coming. I need to fix this as well. Oh, fuck. Okay, so what could be the next step forward here? So what I'm getting at is that doing the outlines post-reflection pretty much calculates the outline the exact same way it would do if we read it from the texture. Yeah, right now we're just outputting the normal map for the scene, or for objects in the scene that are supposed to be outlined. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Okay, this was not good. Not at all. But like, even though we would get rid of these artifacts making the outlines extremely thick, and the banding, the fact still remains that we wouldn't get any outlines here or here or here. I'm gonna have to do something very creative to successfully get outlines there. I wonder, let's say that we could clean this up in a nice way. So this, I wonder if we could probably get outlines here by just doing checking the normal here compared to our reflection vector. I want to see if we can do something with that. So pretty much what we want to do is, but yeah, probably. So reflection direction, we compare that to the view space normal we have at this point. If it's aligned, then we add an outline there, basically, because then we know that we're close to let's experiment with it a bit. So sample reflection color, let's just we only care about this one for now. So I want to return, let's return float 4, direction vs 1. What do we have? Undeclared. Oh yeah. Ray dot, or actually, do we have that one in our array? Start as a start and end. Yeah, it's this one. Direction vs start vs end vs. We don't want to recalculate this one every time, so direction vs. Now I have ray direction vs. Okay, and if we compare that to return float 4, read outline data RGB, current point SS yeah, the problem here being that this one is between 0 and 1, while this one being, so if we do a remap, -1, 1, 0, 1. And then we return it. And then we return, let's do float, float 3 normal vs float 3 direction vs return dot remap -1 1 2 0 1. Isn't this what we want? Not really what I want to get. What do we have? Do we normalize it? Normalize, yeah. What I'm trying to get at is that I pretty much want to see like how close was it to but that doesn't work for these. No, it doesn't. We still have a problem here, I think, or can we get some information? Can we get enough information if we go 1 pixel? If we go 1 pixel back and 1 pixel forward, can we get information from that in the direction of the ray, that is? We can definitely find where we hit something and where we don't. Would add a lot of calculations though, but let's try that as well, see what kind of result we have. Derek, is the idea that recalculating outlines for reflection would be easier than figure out what regular outlines to use for the reflection? Nah, it's the fact that the regular outlines, like, we lose regular outlines if we just take the regular outlines. So let me show, I think we can, I can show it pretty easily now. Let's see here. Sample reflection color. Like, even though we get rid of these artifacts here, you can see that we don't have any outlines here. So we will only reflect outlines that we hit with the reflection. And I mean, that's fine. If we could clean these artifacts up, we could get a proper result, but still, so we will have outlines on this leg here and on this side as well, but only until roughly this point. If we take a look at the chest, we wouldn't have outlines here. And I think once again the best example is this one. We never get to, so these outlines on the other side here, we never get to these outlines, so the reflection doesn't know that we have outlines here. Does it make sense? Like, the point we reflect here is actually this point, and it's not, it doesn't have any outlines around it. Can I hide this one? So this point we reflect right here is this point, and there's no outline data or result in the vicinity of that one. So we don't draw any outlines here. So that means roughly our reflections would have 50% of the outlines that our scene object has. But let's see here. I want to double check one thing. We're gonna do I see, it simply doesn't work clearly enough. You couldn't just sample the surrounding outlines using the fragment position of the final reflected color. It's not only that it doesn't work clearly enough, it's that we don't hit every outline, even though it would work 100% clear. So this reflected color right here, it returns a white color, and this, what the pixel it returns is this pixel. So even though we would sample around that one, we don't have any outlines here. We would have to go, I don't even know, I don't think it's, yeah, it's not possible. So right, I think the key point here is that this point we reflect, yeah, it's not this point, it's actually this point. Yeah. I mean, and this fact has, I was a little confused before I actually understood what's happening here, why we're not getting any outlines here. But yes, so what I'm thinking, what we could do, we could add, it's not that costly to add some extra steps, I don't think. We could do, so this is first try, let's do second try to clean this up. So when we get a hit, we do let's see, we don't want to do too much here. basically what I think we could be able to do and get some nice outlines is to walk one step backwards, so 1 pixel backwards and 1 pixel forward, and calculate some things. That would add 2 extra texture reads and a few calculations. I wonder how messy it would be. I wanna do this real quick. So it would pretty much be and now when I think about it, isn't it, do we really need to do an inverse lerp here? Couldn't we just let's see. That's not what we want to do. Step count -1. Fuck, I want to rename this one. Let's do it like this. Offset next. Next. A lot of calculations, but let's see. So now we have previous and next point. What I want to check here is we have a hit here. So if, let's see here, if let's do float previous depth difference is equal to previous depth vs minus previous depth seen the Boolean previous is hit if previous is hit and next is hit, return 0, else return 1. I don't know about this. Is that so? Step count minus 1, step count plus 1, but that shouldn't. Is that true? 10. Andrew, thank you for the follow, appreciate it. Really? So both previous and next is always a hit. I must be missing something. But what? Oh, no, I mean previous is never a hit and next is never a hit, right? Because we're at 1 all the time here. How the fuck does that make sense? If we do 10 and then we get black for these, but not what we're looking for. But what we could do is so what we're actually doing here is we move 1 step backward, 1 step forward. It's along the same ray that identified the hit, though. Doing it here. We probably still depth threshold. Feels like we should be seeing a lot more way more hits. If I do 100 here, I would have guessed most of these would be black. But I guess it depends. We could also do let's try this then. Abs. Okay. Gives us the exact same artifacts as we had previously. Yeah, what I think we should or need to do can we go the other way around? So we take the neighboring pixels, create view rays for those, reflect them. So pretty much I'm pretty much looking for the cheapest way to get the value of this pixel. Is it a hit or not? But that's not enough. So I wonder if we can do this. Yeah, so we hit this point with the reflection. We take its neighbor point. Fuck, are we gonna have to take all of them? Yeah, that would be a lot of reconstruction. But We have a lot of noise here. But still... Hmm. Okay, I wouldn't say that the artifacts are the main problem here. Or the noise. It's points like these. Yeah, this is pretty much the best we can do. I wonder if... Diligence is reflection even harder than caustics. It's definitely harder. It's just... Yeah, definitely. Yeah, even though we manage to get extremely noisy outlines like this, it's still a problem of yeah, missing outlines, I would say. Yeah, exactly. We have to recreate them. Because the outlines here, yeah, you're correct. You're correct in that assumption. Because of what we reflect here is here, I think. And that was why I was having such high hopes of taking this data and use it. In some way. Diligence, could you use a second camera just to project the character and then sample that into the reflection? A second camera is extremely expensive. And it breaks as soon as we introduce a second reflective surface, right? Then we need a camera for that one as well. This is one hell of a problem, to say the least. It's noisy as hell, but even though even though this reflection would have been perfect, we would still have this problem here. And I wonder if we can You didn't mask that moan good enough. I don't even know if I actually sighed, but okay. Yeah, I'm a little bit broken by this. I'm gonna have to go back to the drawing board, find a different approach to this problem. A problem I thought a problem I thought wouldn't be this hard, honestly. But diligence, can't you find some Unity shaders to take inspiration from? I don't know. It's a pretty or extremely specific issue to solve, I would say. I don't know if I can think of anything related. I mean, if I didn't care about performance at all, we could probably solve it. It means that we would pretty much recreate the or for each reflective pixels we would pretty much calculate 9 reflection rays, and then we would use the result from each of them to recalculate outlines. And that is fucked. I'm not even gonna try it, but I'm pretty sure we would get a correct and very nice result. But maybe at, I don't know, 20 FPS a second. 20 frames per second a second. I mean, at 20 FPS. So I need to come up with something to, or we need to hack that pretty much, or like find some shortcuts. We need to find multiple shortcuts. The things that are not reflected, is it because they're not visible for the camera at that angle? Exactly. We have a lot of noise going on here, but we can see the back side of his head here. We don't have that information. And the same with, if we use the correct settings, where is it? 0.1, 0.6, yeah. So on the back side of the bed here as well. So how do you do SSR when something is obscured? You can't do it. The idea is just to hide it well enough. So for instance, for this here, we're entering, or we're intersecting with this mattress from the wrong side. So we don't draw it, but what you could do is, you could, if we intersect this from the wrong way, we take whatever color we have here and we reduce the alpha by 0.5. And you can visualize it in a pretty nice way. Could we solve this by doing something similar? So the ray that reflects on right over the shoe here, it doesn't collide with the shoe. Oh, could we do that reflection arrays? Maybe. Maybe this is an easy solution. Unfortunately, I won't have time to do it today, but I'm wondering, could we take reflection arrays here that doesn't conform to this, but conforms to a second threshold? We paint those black. But then again, that we would get these outlines then, but not. Maybe we can do something with that. And then we also add. Maybe. I won't have time to explore it today though. I love that, like a simple, or a question about SSR got me talking about reflecting sides not shown, led me to one possible solution, or one possible path forward. I love it. But I'm gonna have to try it on Monday. I'm gonna have the weekend to think this through, and hopefully we will have a solution at the beginning of next week, because I gotta run now. But as always, thank you so much for watching. Appreciate it, and have a great weekend. Peace.